Okay, Bueller. Alright, cool. I have no idea if ads are up or not. It might be a thing where ads snuck up while we weren't looking. No clue. But hi everybody. It's Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. I hope the day was restful and productive for y'all. Grocery shopping. I did it. That's the hardest part. That's the hardest part of the week is grocery shopping. Not even like cleaning, really. Well, no, cleaning is like the second hardest part. But like grocery shopping is like, ooh, even when I know I need to do it, even when I know I need to do it, even when I actually enjoy it, brain just goes like, ha ha ha, silly. Which of course just makes things like harder than they need to be, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, hey Vallejo. But yeah, good news is that we do have a full-on task list to handle as far as like Shootlanzer stuff goes. So unlike like last week where I was kind of just like, I'm gonna take initiative on a thing and get ahead of a thing that I know that needs to be done, but like haven't done it yet. This time around, I actually have something guided or a couple of guided things to go look at from the things that we need to get done. Like we have like of the actual task list over on Notion. Let's see. Okay, cool. Oh, there's the ad. I was like, I know ads are stuff, and I'm just like, where? Okay, I'm gonna wait out the ads a little bit because, of course, those are doing what they're doing. But yeah, okay. Shootlanzer task list is relatively not thin necessarily, but relatively sort of straightforward. for ads to clear, and then we're gonna go for. Okay, ad hell is done. Bet. Okay, so basically the major thing that I'm going to be probably spending most of my time on this month is movement patterns for most of the enemies, as far as like Shootlanzer itself goes. So I do have some sprites and stuff to add. KT was working on those the other day, and I have a couple of things to sort on that end. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to show off how I'm going to show off what movement patterns I have so far, and then we're going to figure out which ones I have left. Well, I know which ones I have left. It's just more of a question of like I need to I gotta like debug the specific issues that are happening with it. Yeah. Okay, so first things first. Oh right, need to switch screens. So yeah, the first major thing is that we do actually have now a full set of sprites for all the shots for the owner's projectiles, but now I need to like actually fix the way that it's set up. So H frames is still 4, B frames is 1, 2, 4, 5 now. Yep, still good. Still good. New power! I couldn't help myself with that one. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5, 6, 7, 8. And 11. Good. We want to throw a loop on this one and snap these two. 4, thank you. Right. All right. So yeah, enemies do not drop power shots yet, but when they do, now we have that. Normal shots look like that. Speed shots look like this. Power shots look like this. Having a thought, gonna table it right here. All right, let's take a look. 12 to 14. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So 12. 12 to 14. Okay. That means 0, 1, 2. Properties 2. Where does if I'm flying? Now we're gonna do 15. 17. Gonna duplicate this one more time. Down to 2. Here, and then 19 here. All right. Good. Now we just need to open up the script and adjust it. Int Okay, so let's see. Hey, Stubby. Oh. Halfway, so just quarter way, so just if. Voice volume is kind of quiet. Hold on. Is it only by comparison to the music is the better way of putting that. Mix that down further. Okay. Stage. Check your volume, because I haven't changed any settings on my end. Check your computer volume, because the only thing, like, I haven't adjusted the mic. I haven't adjusted anything on I haven't changed anything on my end as far as the microphone is concerned. So it's either I'm talking softer or something else is happening. I can't. At least I'm looking right now, and I don't have any way of like cranking over on like. Gonna do this. Why didn't I? Timer. Oh. I gotta take some of these and put them not here. I wasn't paying attention, because now I need to write a script for the player bomb separate from this, because otherwise we're gonna have a problem. So basically, it's because I wrote a script that handles bomb behavior for both the player's bombs and the enemy's bombs, and that's what I used on the player bomb, which means that I need to now write a script that inherits the bomb stuff, so that the player can make its own. The player bomb can make its own like little distinctions accordingly, and we go from there. But yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well. Yeah, much better, much better. We need to do protected so that this gets passed down. This gets passed down to the derivative script that we're about to make. So let's go, and here's what we're gonna do now. I need to switch the script here. Go to scripts, player, nope, scripts. You know what? It does go in here, actually. I've decided. because that's what you are. Public override. Ready. Base ready. Base. Process delta. Then switch. Bomb stage. Or ready at switch. I messed up. Wrong one. It should be switch current bomb stage. So case 1. If make sure that I also I messed up the logic there. This. Okay. So it's gonna go. Okay, let's see. Actually, wait, I can just do that. Because yeah, when it counts down, it's counting down, right? Yeah, 1.5 over 1.5 is 1. 0.75 over 1. I should check that math because... Okay, yeah, it still checks out. Okay, good. As long as the denominator is larger. As long as the denominator is larger... As long as the denominator is larger, then it doesn't... The math doesn't get absolutely fucked. I just have to be sure of that. Okay, so if I did this correctly, what should happen is, well, first let me go check the, okay, player bomb did that, cool. But regular bomb should still be using bomb.cs. Okay, cool. So, assuming that I did not horribly botch this, yeah, it's gonna start with this one. It should switch over to this one when it's about halfway through the timer, and then again when it's a third of the way through. So this time though, actually I'm just gonna do this. And we're gonna run it. Hey Vinka, how you doing? Hopefully well. Okay, please. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot to assign the... I knew I forgot something. I'm like, what did I forget to assign? This. Could have been better, but it'll pat. So it goes sometimes. Alright, yeah, there we go. So yeah, I know it's a little hard to see because it's all the way up in the corner. But I know it's a little hard to see because it's up in the corner. So I'm gonna demonstrate it in game-ish. And I'll go back over and re-explain the code when I do. So yeah, yeah, so you can sort of see it happening there, right? I seem to have botched the speed at some point. Thank you. All right. Let me double check and make sure that this number didn't revert accidentally when I wasn't looking. Which means I have to come over here. Did I change the bomb speed at any point? Hang on. Time to go take notes. Nope, doesn't look like it. So, all right then. And while we're doing that, well, we are happy to have you here though, Vinka. So hopefully, watching me like yell and smack and metaphorically throw things at my keyboard helps set your mood a little better. So yeah, as y'all can see, right now, anyway, the bomb will let me make sure I didn't. Okay. Bomb direction might be jacked up, question mark? Yeah, bomb direction's jacked up, that's why. I was like, why is it not working? It's like the bomb direction is not okay. So let me just do it over here. Bomb here. Okay. Bomb direction equals vector 2 dot right. Just that we always know for a fact that it's always going that way and I don't have to worry about it. All right. Yeah, okay. So then I did change the speed at some point and it looks like it did not. Hang on a second. Which means I changed the speed at some point and it does not seem to have stuck when I changed it. And I don't remember what I changed it to, which means that now I have to I'm going to have to put an arbitrary number back on it because I don't remember what I put it to. Which is a whoopsie doodle on my part. I probably doubled it. If I had to roughly guess, I probably doubled it. Okay. I knew. I was like, wait. I know it was there. Okay. I'm like, I know I recorded what I updated it to. Like, I know for a fact I did. I'm like, I know I wrote it down. Thank you, past me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for not making my life so fucking difficult for one time. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, past me, for not fucking this for me. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you so much. Because now, if we go to the player and we just run this, so I'll go back and I'll explain the logic behind the code in a second as to why it actually works correctly. Should probably do. That's fine. Okay. But now that it's smaller, I think that it's I have to bump up the speed a little bit more to make it feel like it's going faster, just by like a little, because it's smaller. Okay. So here's basically the way that it works. And there's a reason why I set it up this way. So we're going to do this. The stages of the bomb. Actually, honestly, I'm going to put this in the base bomb class because it belongs here. It's better that way because if, for example, the enemy bombs wind up having their own designs and stuff like that, then I think this should settle it that way. So here's the way that it works. Run the basic bomb setup stuff. Bomb starts on stage 1. Hard code player bombs to always for the right. I'm not gonna have any reason to like change that right now that I can think of. Switch statement to execute based on the current bomb stage. Very straightforward. If we are on bomb stage 1, if our bomb goes below halftime, increase the bomb stage by 1. If we are on bomb stage 2, hey Kettle. How you doing? Hopefully well. So if we're on bomb stage 2, if our bomb goes below quarter time, increase the bomb stage by 1. If we have not played the animation for the existing bomb stage as of yet, stop the anim player and switch to that animation, and indicate that we are playing the animation for the current bomb stage. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Cannot complain. Actually, this makes it a lot easier. So I can just like cut out any of the offset stuff. Because that way I don't have to like think about it so much. Because having to think about offsets is a pain in the ass and I hate it. But yeah, that little trick should do it. So true, true, false, false, and then we go from there. So basically, the reason why I set up this code this way is so that on the off chance that I decide, right? But yeah, I'm doing good, Kettle. Thank you for asking. On the off chance, though, that I decide that that I need to increase the bomb timer, right? Like, let's say that I arbitrarily increase it to 3, right? Y'all saw this in action before, but I'm going to demonstrate it this way so you can see, right? The reason why I did it the way that I did, right, is so that when it comes to, right, you notice that the only thing I had to do to adjust the actual way that the bomb changes its animation is just to adjust the bomb time, right? So here's how I did that. This is the trick. So rather than going, right, because I could have hard coded it and gone, if bomb timer node.timer left is less than 0.75, right? It would still be the same thing. It would still work. Because 0.75 is half of 1.5 and all that other stuff, right? But then, if I change the bomb's timer to 3, I have to come back in here and change this to 1.5 and then all that other stuff. So instead, right? So sometimes you may hear in programming in general, try to avoid the concept of magic numbers, right? This is the sort of thing that they mean by that. Now, the reason why I'm able to get away with like this, right, is that in this case, 0.5 and 0.25 are not like, oh, this is the exact number I need to match up with this value. These are percentiles that I'm looking at. So I know for a fact, right, that there's going to be no circumstance under which I'm going to be like, oh, I need to change this number to something that's not 0.5, because 0.5 is not like a magic number of this is the only way to get this to work, right? 0.5 is very explicitly no. This 0.5 represents 50%. So I don't have any reason to change that number. And so the only thing I need to make sure stays as a not magic number is the actual percentage of the way that we are through our timer. Hence why I did time left, which is the countdown on the timer node divided by bomb time. Or I should probably say bomb detonation time is basically, or right, is probably the better way to put it. Because the bomb detonation time is like the fixed value. I'll come over here and even say it. The time that this bomb takes to detonate, right? To make sure that's clear. So if the time left divided by the total amount of time that it takes this bomb to detonate is less than 50%, less than 0.5, we know it's less than 50%, right? So I can bump it up here. Similarly, right, if that proportion of the time left divided by the total detonation time is less than 0.25, right, that's not like a quarter of a second. That's me explicitly saying, is this like time percentile less than a quarter? Go to the next stage. So now I don't have to like go back and adjust more numbers than just how much time it takes for the bomb to detonate. Because the bomb takes more time to detonate, then this goes from here. Is this difficulty setting? No. It's specifically for it's specifically because we got new animations for the player bomb. And one of the things that KT was kind enough to do was set up different stages of the bomb sprites animation so that it is easier to tell when it is going to detonate aside from looking at the circular timer. Right? Like, you notice how the sprite begins to like get more fuzzy at around the time that it's about to detonate. I literally wrote the code so that when you hit about 50% of the detonation time, it starts flashing a little more. 25% starts flashing a little bit more before it explodes, right? So basically, though, if you actually look at the player bomb itself, I did not make the sprite flashing happen entirely through code. It's a thing where literally, right, the initial sprite, the initial animation for the player bomb looks like this, right? The second one for it looks like this. So 1 is like that. 2, it has a slightly more visible core and starts doing that. 3, the core, the outer part is a different color, and the core is right, and the core is a lot bigger. So all that I'm doing programmatically is switching between from this animation to this animation when the timer is less than 50%, then from this one to this one when the timer is less than 25%. So all I was describing was how I wrote the code so that literally this part is self-maintaining. As long as I change the bomb detonation time, I do not have to come back and touch this code again if I change it for whatever reason. Like if I want the bomb to arbitrarily, like let's put it like this, right? If I wanted the bomb detonation time to be at like 2 instead of 1.5, right? I could have written it as this at one point, right? Like I could have written it like this. Quarter time. But now see, I have to stop and calculate, right? What is quarter time of 1.5? Half of 0.75 is like blah, 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 right? I'd have to calculate that out. I could do that, or I could just set it up so that literally, right, this part of it is literally the percentage that is literally doing the math that I need to figure out the percentage. So if I take the time left, so the time left is always going to be the remaining time before the bomb detonates, right? If I divide that by the total, let me see if I can, I'm going to pull up the calculator real quick. Hold on. Okay, right? So if I do, like, let's say, right, we're going to say that our time to detonate is 1.5, right? So if my time remaining, right, I can do 0.75 divided by 1. Hang on, that's not right. Points. Damn it. Calculator, stop being silly, please. Right? 0.75 divided by 1.5 is 0.5, right? I don't have to think about that. Similarly, I could have 1.5 divided. Like I could, for example, have said, oh yeah, it's 0.375. That's a quarter. I could do that, but it's like, why do that when I can just make the computer do the math for me? And now I don't have to like go back and change it, right? And that's an example of how you avoid something called the magic number, right? So a thing that you may hear in programming sometimes is this concept of don't use magic numbers. Don't use magic numbers where you can put things into variables, blah, 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 right? Or calculate them formulaically, right? A magic number is basically a situation where you put in a number that is dependent on another value being exactly a certain value. And so if you change one, you have to then manually change the other values. There are times where sometimes you don't have a choice and the magic number is basically the only way that the thing happens. But in a lot of circumstances where you can help it, it is usually best practice to not use a magic number. And the reason why I'm being like very cagey, well, not cagey is the wrong word. The reason why I'm not being super prescriptive about this is because sometimes, right, like for the life of you, you cannot figure out what the formula is and you're like, man, fuck it. It's either this or it doesn't work. Right? Like, there are times where you're like, yeah, like there are times where you're just like, man, fuck it, I don't know, right? And you just put in the magic number and it works, right? And I don't grudge it. Sometimes you just do that. So this, remember, this is like me being very deliberate about not trying to be like super prescriptive about programming practice, because at the end of the day, right, if the thing works, it works. It's just a question. So this is the way that I look at it, right? Good programming practices are not necessarily always about making... Okay, good programming practices will generally lead to cleaner code, but you are not always going to get perfectly clean code every time. Like sometimes you're just going to have to do a thing where you improvise a little bit, and like that's just the way that the shit works, right? But where you can help it, if you can help it, it is relatively helpful when and where you can to put yourself in situations where I do want to get better. I'm relearning to keep math just to get better at that and to better myself. Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. So for me, it'll always be a thing if it's like, right, if it's your first time making a video game and you don't figure out like the specific mathematical formulas that you need to like get the specific thing down in a way that doesn't require magic numbers for a couple of things, then okay. Like, does the game work? Does the code break? If the answer is no, then okay. Right? Just lesson learned for next time. And I know that, and that's not me necessarily saying that in response to the thing that you're saying. It's just me sort of saying it as like as a general to anybody else who is like listening sort of things. Like, yeah, like sometimes, right, you do the thing that is not 100% quite the right thing, and it works, and it's fine. All right, let me sit down and like properly update a couple things here. Region exported. Yep, exactly. Also telling this to myself. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm just ducking over here because but yeah, to go back to the actual thing that you said earlier, because I realized that you said a thing and I didn't actually adjust it. Yes. Godot, I like it a lot. Unreal, recently I found an engine that is or rather I found a framework for making fighting games that is using Unreal as the basis. And I feel like that is going to make it slightly more approachable for me to like learn how to do Unreal stuff. So I'm probably going to be messing with that in my time off stream, just because like Godot is not in a spot where currently the fighting game framework I was looking at for Godot doesn't look like it's a thing right now. So, or at least it's not at the stage that I would like it to be. Whereas the one for Unreal, Night Sky Engine, has support for both 2D sprites and 3D models, as well as even like using Unreal's in-editor animation thing. So I want to give that a shot and like use that as a way to sort of like get my feet under me. Run the basic movement setup stuff. Get the root node's Y position and set that as your starting Y position. Starting Y pause. Okay. Increase delta time by using delta. If this enemy is supposed to move, save our current position as the base for the new position. For the x-axis movement, simply take the movement speeds adjustment with independent time scaling included, and move the enemy to the left accordingly. Update the position. For the y-axis movement, here we go. Take the sine value use delta time times frequency. So, this is the part where hang on a second. Give me 1 second. I gotta go dig up how I did this sine wave thing. And that involves me looking through my history. That wasn't it. This one? Give me 1 second. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to decide what game I even want to make with Unreal since all my ideas are so visual novel based on something I can do with Godot. Right. It may, yeah. Right. It may just straight up be that, at least for the moment, you don't have anything that is like worth, not worth is the wrong word. Yeah. Yeah. Right. It's a matter of like which that's what I was trying to say. Like if it is worth the effort of like doing it in Unreal or not. Like here's the thing I'm going to say, right? You should not feel as if you need to, I'll phrase it like this. This is not me saying this as if to say you should not learn Unreal. But if you do not have any ideas that are not suited to Unreal in the sense that it's like, these are things I can just do with Godot instead, then okay, that's, I think, fine, right? Like, if you want to learn how to use Unreal, this is not me saying do not, like, I'm not saying to stop yourself from that. But one of the things that is the most important sort of like, I guess you could say, we'll call it discernment. One of the most important things that is sort of like related to discernment as far as like, you know, making games is concerned is understanding, right, when and where it is appropriate to use certain things. Like you choose your tools for your job, right? So if Unreal does not have the tools that are appropriate for, if Unreal does not have the tools that are appropriate for your job, I'm just doing a thing real quick. Yeah. I guess I want a reason to use. I want a reason to use my C sharp, C plus plus skills. But I'm right at first, I guess. And oh, okay. And then that's why Disco Elysium got suggested. Yeah. 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 That's also entirely reasonable. So yeah. Right. So the long and short of it is that all this math that you're looking at is basically so that we can get movement that works like this, right? And like this video explains it way better. Like I could like go through all of it, but basically the short answer is right. So basically, this is what the movement pattern is, right? So this formula is a little different from the one I'm using. But the idea basically is that we take the frequency, right? Sort of like what's happening here. We take the frequency and the move amplitude and work those. Basically, we take the float of the delta time and the frequency, right? Functionally speaking, right? We want to get an angle from the delta time plus the frequency, right? The delta time multiplied by the frequency. So whatever angle we get out of that, right? We multiply that by the amplitude to control like how high or low it should move, and then we use the plus start y as a physical offset to make sure that like the enemy itself sort of stays oscillating at roughly the same, like it stays at this height and then oscillates up and down between the two particular extremes. Disco Elysium, I am not sure. I could not tell you. I do not remember if it was made in Unity or not. But yeah, the reason why all of that stuff I was yakking about actually matters is because while stream wasn't happening, hold on, let me. Oh right, hang on, I need to adjust this a little bit so that we can actually see this in action. You are going to be quick load scout. So yeah, scouts now basically move in that nice little sine wave pattern, right? Scouts now basically move in that nice little sine wave pattern, right? very much on purpose. I'm not necessarily trying to do anything explicitly yeah. Basically, this is the way that I'm kind of handling it, at least for right now, right? Um, the drones are going to keep their straight line movement. The scouts are going to do that nice little Medusa head style sine wave movement, right? Depending on what height they started at. And then for the troopers, I'm planning on having the troopers basically sort of just adjust themselves to roughly your Y position and see how that works, right? But that's the part I haven't figured out yet. I was trying to do that before and it wasn't working correctly. Exactly. So I'm going to sit down and figure out a couple things first. Yeah, who knew Trig would come? Somebody, yeah, like okay. Yeah. Trigonometry is also how you get players to be able to walk up and down slopes. So, fun fact about I'll explain that after we come back from the ad break. Actually, now is probably a good time to like sit down and actually take a break because we're basically about an hour and a half through stream. So I'm gonna get up, take a break, stretch out my legs a little bit real quick, and then when the ads are over, we'll get back into it. So I'm going to the AFK screen for a bit. I'll catch you on a bit. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and action.
Henty!
A jump to the sky turns to a rider kick.
There's only one person who can stop, and that's me. Hey everybody, my name is Sean. They call me either that or SJ. As I say on my own channel, make games, I play games. Games make do, basically. Did you really think that I was going to let you hit me with that? No. Guess what? I'm still alive, motherfucker. Going too fast is no good. Shut the fuck up. What else you got? I have to hit button. Button hit good. This no count, no good, self-absorbed. Giving free turns goes against my professional ethics. I saved your ass! Yo, the nerve of this motherfucker. The absolute gall. The complete stinkiness. Do you see these motherfuckers? They stole all my shit! Fuck out of here. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck now. Stank ass, punk ass, smelly ass motherfucker. Yo! Not with the deep cut. My brain is full of eels. Anyway, so Fuck. We should just play this fucking video game. Damn it. That's not fair. No, that's fighting dirty. You can't do that. Just because it's correct doesn't mean it's right. Just for that, I'll teach y'all to talk to me about the consequences of my own actions. And now, this poll that I'm not going to look at the results of yet. I'm lying. I'm going to look right now. Jesus fuck! Why are y'all like this? What was the reason? This is all according to my calculations. We will probably be fine. God damn it. Can somebody clip that? Going too fast is no good. You facetious motherfuckers. You really are gonna stand up in front of God and everybody. Oh my fucking God. No. No. I can't fucking stand you. How dare you? How very dare you? You right, but shut up. Give me a church. I told y'all I was gonna get a church, and I got a church. Apris above be praised. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. And peanut butter. Praise be to Lord R.N. Jesus. For in our time of need, he has provided. Can I get a blessings to R.N. Jesus in the chat? I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. I have to behave. You know what? I'm just gonna do this.
What kind of just nonsense did you just... What in the hell do you mean? You put me on your whole motherfucking screen?
They're all gonna die. Somebody clip that. Oh no. Not again. Y'all do what I think y'all did? Y'all can't bully me like this. Y'all got me all kinds of twists turned up right now. I don't know what the... I applaud you. But also, God fucking damn it, I would just be like, fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I should be fine. Fuck all of you. No! 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 That's not how this works. I am the danger. Oh yeah! I'll respond to that, but fuck! That's shit! Fuck! That's all I have to say in response, you know? If you are into fighting games, JRPGs, game design talk, and all that other kind of stuff, please feel free to follow me over at twitch.tv/SJH says games. I can't fucking stand y'all. I can't. Y'all are the absolute fucking worst. I love this fucking community so much. Y'all are just the best. You know that? All of y'all. All of y'all in here. I appreciate y'all so much. You got the straight mom seal of approval. Also because I'm handsome. Good job. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, and action. Henty!
The jump to the sky turns to a rider kick.
There's only one person who can stop, and that's me. Hey everybody, my name is Sean. They call me either that or SJ. As I say on my own channel, make games, I play games. Games make do, basically. Did you really think that I was going to let you hit me with that? No. Guess what? I'm still alive, motherfucker. Going too fast is no good. Shut the fuck up. What else you got? I have to hit button. Button hit good. This no count, no good, self-absorbed. Giving free turns goes against my professional ethics. I saved your ass! Yo, the nerve of this motherfucker. The absolute gall. The complete stinkiness. Do you see these motherfuckers? They stole all my shit! Fuck out of here. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck now. Stank ass, punk ass, smelly ass motherfucker. Yo! Not with the deep cut. My brain is full of eels. Anyway, so Fuck. We should just play this fucking video game. Damn it. That's not fair. No, that's fighting dirty. You can't do that. Just because it's correct doesn't mean it's right. Just for that, I'll teach y'all to talk to me about the consequences of my own actions. And now, this poll that I'm not going to look at the results of yet, I'm lying, I'm going to look right now. Jesus fuck! Why are y'all like this? What was the reason? This is all according to my calculations. We will probably be fine. God damn it. Can somebody clip that? Going too fast is no good. You facetious motherfuckers. You really are gonna stand up in front of God and everybody. Oh my fucking God! No! No! I can't fucking stand you! How dare you! How very dare you! You right, but shut up! Give me a church. I told y'all I was gonna get a church, and I got a church. Apis above be praised! Amen! Amen! Sorry about that. Just have to go run and use just had to use the restroom real quick while we were doing all that. So okay. So yeah. The main thing I'm trying to do as far as the troopers are concerned is basically they'll move up toward you if they'll move up toward you if you're above them, and down to you if you're below them. So that they're always kind of like flying basically at your height. And I sort of want to see how that plays with the other two sort of doing what they do. Alternatively, I could have the troopers do a thing where they basically move to sort of like a slightly projected, like slightly a different sort of offset relative to where you are, but I want to sort of get the idea of. Okay, so it's more negative if they're above you and more positive if they're below. Okay, so let me make a note of that. Okay. More negative if. Well, no, position 2 to position 1 is the better way to do it. So enemy minus player. Probably the better way to do it. Hang on. Yeah, if you're doing distance stuff, it's supposed to be the second position minus the first one. So distance formula stuff is also kind of relevant here, right? if you know your distance formula from, I want to say it's algebra, right? I don't think it's trig. Right, trig, before I get sidetracked. Kettle was like, who knew trig would come up so much in game design? So, here's a fun exercise to sort of like think about. Let me pull up Paint real quick. So here's a fun exercise to think about, right? Let's say that you have a slope of some kind to walk up, right? So your basic objective is that obviously when your player, right? Let's say this is the player. When your player is going up the slope, right? You want them to basically be able to do it by virtue of like following along the hypotenuse of the hypotenuse of the triangle, right? So realistically, though, in order for this to work, you have to be able to break it into the x and the y components, which means that for all intents and purposes, really what you're doing is you are taking the right. If you are able to measure, I don't remember the exact formula off the top of my head, so that's why I'm not going into the hard math of it right now. But as far as trigonometry goes, right, there is another triangle that is described as kind of like the flip side, right, of the one that you are on. And so if you can get the x and the y coordinates, right, and measure them accordingly based on like the sine and the cosine, I think it's like the sine and the cosine of the angle that you of the triangle that you're sort of working with already. Um, by working that correctly, so you can get the specific x and y components of the other triangle that's being described, you can make the character move the requisite x and y up in order to get smooth slope movement. It's much more complicated than that on top of it. But if we're talking about like examples of how like trigonometry is really useful in game dev, that's one example. So if you're just trying to do 2D slopes to get a character going up and down, if you can understand how to get like I said, I don't remember the math off the top of my head, so that's why I didn't like sit down and explain it. But basically, if you can get the sine and the cosine of the triangle that is sort of like the flipped version of the slope that you're going up, if you can get like the certain components of the x and y by using the sine and the cosine of that, you can get movement up and down slopes. That's really the way that it works. Big and discrete math, the two maths I was actually good at. So it's promising with my refreshing project. Fuck calc though. Yeah. I do not, because I do not understand calculus entirely myself. I could not for the life of me tell you. I could not for the life of you. I could not for the life of me tell you. I know that calculus has some sort of application in games, probably, but I cannot think of what it is because I do not know which situations calculus is most mathematically useful for. Um, but yeah, for things like the distance formula, for example, right? Y2 minus Y1 over X2 minus X, something like that, right? Yeah, midpoint is the you add the two of them and do that other stuff. Distance is Y2 minus Y1 over X2 minus X1. So yeah, um, basically speaking, right? So let's do a switch statement, and we're going to say switch on. And here we're going to just do these are being tracked as floats. So float player y dist is this. The switch on mathf dot sign player y dist. And we're going to do case 1, which means we're above. So if the player is above this trooper, mathf dot abs, or really we can just do this, I guess. We can have it do the absolute value check to see how far apart. No, let me keep it simple for right now. Let me keep it simple for right now. Let me just keep it simple for right now. I'm going to keep it simple. Let me not get complicated. Let me not make it complicated right now. So we're going to do that. So if the player is above this trooper, then we're going to keep it simple. I'm keeping it simple on purpose right now. And I'm going to see if I got that correct in a minute. Because there's a pretty good chance that I mixed the signs up, because I am not quite used to the way that Godot counts moving up versus moving down. So there's a pretty good chance that I botched the signs a little bit. Hang on. I could literally just also check this. Okay, you increase it to go down and decrease it to go up. So increase it to go down, decrease it to go up. So yeah, like basically if there's anybody who's like, so yeah, to Kettle's point though, if you're really like, okay, what kinds of math do I really need to know for video games? The most immediately helpful in most cases is going to be trig and discrete math. Okay, so now we can basically say, right, if mathf dot abs player y dist is greater than or equal to 40. Now we can do this. And I think this will basically give me the movement behavior that I want. Or basically, if I think this will do it, if I didn't absolutely terribly horribly botch it. We'll have to see, because there's a pretty good chance that I kind of fucked it up. Yeah, okay. All right, we're good. We're good on that front. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. I'm happy. This is pretty much the behavior that I was hoping for. Um, so yeah, we will see if people get annoyed by by having by having the uh, troopers chase you down exactly like that. Because probably I would probably do it where ideally it's like it only adjusts for the first couple of seconds and then stops. Maybe is also a way of kind of handling that rather than continually following you all the time. I might save that for a later enemy. So here's what we're gonna do. Actually, I have a thought. I have a thought here. Here's how we're gonna do this. Um, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to take this code and we're going to cut it and we're going to do uh, void tracking move. And then we're going to do void straight move. Hold on. I keep putting this in the wrong spot. Come on, you jerk. Do void straight move. Double delta. And now we're going to keep it nice and simple. So here's how we're going to do this, right? Very simple. We're going to do current movement equals tracking move. And we're going to do double tracking move delta. And then double tracking move limit. And we're going to, for now, just say it's 0.5. And we're going to do, cool. All that is true. So we only do any of this movement stuff if that happens. Tracking move delta plus equals delta if tracking move delta is greater than tracking move limit, current movement is straight move. and we'll say 3. How many seconds does the trooper track the player's movement for? The delta time tracker for the tracking substate, we're going to call it. The current movement pattern that we are using. Delegate void function used for dealing with movement pattern functions. The move process, I'm going to call it delegate void movement pattern. And we're going to call it current movement pattern. So I could have done a thing where I made a separate state for the trooper state movement. Like we have trooper state movement, then I could have done another trooper state movement that's like for zigzags and everything, but that's a little bit too much. So instead, what I'm doing here is I'm using this delegate void to create what is functionally a variable that can hold functions in it. So this current movement pattern is a variable that can hold a void function in it with the expectation that I give it a delta so that we can track, right, certain whatevers. And it's set up so that, right, if we have a movement pattern, then pass along the delta to that movement pattern and execute it, right? So, movement where the trooper tracks the player's Y position and moves accordingly. If this enemy can move, get the new position and set its start value to the trooper's current pause. X is always moving to the left. The player Y distance is going to be determined by Y2 enemies. This enemy's position minus Y1 players. If the player and enemy are more than 40 pixels apart in either direction, that's what the absolute value is for. Because without the absolute value, I would have to measure, like measuring how far apart they are would be dependent on whether the player is above them or below them, and I don't have time for that. So by using the absolute value, it's just, okay, are the player and the enemy more than 40 pixels apart in either direction, whether it's the player that's up top or the enemy that's up top? Because if I didn't do the absolute value, I'd have to measure it based on who is higher than the other. And it's like, that's, again, remember, if you can make the computer do the math for you, don't do the math manually, right? That's the rule. So in this case, if we can use absolute value, so this is the funny thing, right? Because you sit, when you're in math class, you might be sitting and you never think about use cases like this, right? But then it all makes sense when you think about it, right? Because you're like, yeah, an absolute value is always going to be the same no matter whether or not you plug negative or positive numbers into there, right? This is what it's useful for. When you just need to be like, when you're like, I don't need to know specifically if it's a positive distance or a negative distance or whatever. I just need to know how far apart are these things independent of the order of like Is it more negative or less negative or whatever? If you don't need to know that, throw absolute value in, right? Switch. Here's what we check now. Switch based on whether or not the player is above this trooper or not. Player is above this trooper. Subtract so that the trooper moves up. Add so that the trooper moves down. It's so funny about how often I use absolute values. Great with it. Exactly. Right? If you're like, no, I need to make sure this number stays positive no matter what, great for that. Set the position of the trooper to the new calculator. Increase tracking move delta. If this trooper is no longer, if this trooper exceeds tracking time that it has for the player, move to a straight movement pattern. Hold on. Just need to check one thing. Okay, hold on. So basically, this is the thing that I'm doing here. I am making sure that one other thing I should probably do. Don't do that, please. Okay, good. So, at the very start for the enemy script, we want to make sure that hitbox disabled is set to false. Sorry, set it to true, and then when it enters the screen, set hitbox disabled to false. Okay, good. So, this should make it so that you also can't shoot enemies when you can't see them. Once an enemy is off screen, you cannot hit it anymore, basically. And this is very much on purpose so that when you, like, if you know an enemy is coming, you can't, like, you have to at least time it a little bit before you can, like, kind of just put a bullet in the spot where they're going to show up. So let's test this real quick. Oh, I messed up a little bit. So for the straight movement, it should just be that, so that it stops, so it doesn't, like, so we don't mess with the Y position anymore. My fault. If this trooper can move, it just moves straight forward like a drone does. Alright, good. Okay, cool. Okay, I think that should be good. I'm waiting for the ads to clear so I can then show the next thing I'm gonna do, or the next thing that is there. Okay, perfect. Ads should be about finished now. So yeah, basically, yeah, this is about what I wanted for the drones for the troopers' behavior, right? And the reason why I'm not making it more complex than this is because at least for right now, I want to feel out, right? Like how much is like that complicated, right? Because of course your instinct is to move, right? But then the trooper is sort of matching your movements as you move, right? The scouts don't, but the scouts are mostly just there to like lay really annoying trouble fire. Like the scouts are there mostly just to like lay down really annoying cover fire, while the troopers are the ones that are like actively following you, not to crush you that way. And then I finally just sat down and did the thing where you like once like once the boss is dead. I should put this in a different state. Hold on. Um, that like once the results window pops up, then like you can't move anymore. Like your controls are shut off. Just that people don't like move around and like do shenanigans. Very much on purpose. So, let's bump up the bomb speed a little bit more. Trooper movement pattern. Tracks players fly past and move towards it if you are more than 40 pixels apart on the y-axis, then flies straight after. So yeah, the reason why I'm not making the trooper's movement pattern more complicated than that is because, and this is the thing, right? So I'm going to talk about this in the perspective of it being the opposite of like the magic number problem, right? It is very easy. It is very easy, right? It is very easy to do a thing. Right. It is very easy to do a thing where you start thinking too far ahead of all the stuff that you need. Right? And so you start like trying to like cover every single use case of every single thing that you're going to damn it, I lost my train of thought. It flew out of my head as soon as it was there. Let me look back at these and see. Yeah, I don't remember what I was going to say. Or at least what it was in reference to in terms of like why I made it. Oh wait, now I do. I got it. Right. So, it's funny because Pirate Software, if you know of him, long-haired white dude, kind of talks like this, really deep voice, like his hair's like out to here, and like he'll like draw with diagrams and stuff. Like that guy, right? A thing that he said about why he had a miserable time working on StarCraft 2 was because his basically the project the person that was managing the project basically insisted on trying to quote unquote get ahead of development, which is to say that like there was a lot of insistence on testing things before they were ready to be tested, right? And by a similar angle, the reason why I'm not making the Trooper's movement pattern more complicated is because I want to see how players deal with it in the state that it's in right now. Rather than me having to like future cast and be like, I have to make this super complicated so that players never complain about it again. It's like, no, I want to start from a more incremental point of view and see how they deal with this level of complexity. Let me see how they deal with this level of complexity before I, step things up. Let me see how they deal with this level of complexity before I step things up. Let me see how they deal with this level of complexity before I step things up. And that is sort of that's the main operating theory that I'm kind of like working on, right? Where it's like, let me see how this level of complexity goes over with the players before I throw something new on top of that, right? Right now, we have never had a version of Shootlanzer where the enemies have that kind of like vertical lateral movement along with you. So my interest is not in trying to like think too far forward ahead of that. It's like right now, we do not have any data on how players deal with or what strategies they try to put in mind for dealing with enemies that move vertically in some aspect. We do not know how they react to that. So rather than trying to like think too far ahead of like we have to figure out how to like outsmart the player dealing with this, we are going to, my perspective at least as design lead is, let's phase it in more simply before we start cranking the complexity much higher, right? So to that end, I think I even want to just have the I want to see I'm gonna try one thing where I think I'm going to mix for the stage 1 bosses movement. I'm gonna mix the sine wave stuff with with a forward movement. So here's my plan, right? I'll have it like go up and down for a little bit, and then it will move forward, up, down, up, down, up, down, forward, back, up, down, up, down, up, down, forward, back. I'm just going to do that and see how that turns out. That is my plan for the stage 1 boss's movement. I'm not going to get much more complicated than that. It's going to be very much a, let's, stage. Or probably what we could do is even better. Let's step up the complexity by just boss movement pattern started. Here's how we're going to do it. Idle, 3 seconds. So we're gonna do it like that, right? This is ideally the movement pattern that we're gonna go for, and I'm gonna see if that's too much or if that is not enough. And that is as complex as I'm gonna make that, right? People are like, but it's the boss. Should it be like moving around all over the place and going like? Bah! I'm not saying that is wrong, but in my case, I am choosing deliberately to keep it simple first before starting to push hard on making it complicated. Right? And now, right, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to come over. So I'm going to mix a little bit of the trooper with a little bit of the delta inherited from the delta inherited from update state and process. Right? So we're going to come over here. We're going to... So we're going to leave that there for right now. And then I'm going to come back over to the stage 1 boss idle state. And even for stage 1 boss, right, in the idle state, I can do bomb timer. Right? And even if I wanted to make my life easier, I could probably just sit down and take the bomb timer and now move it all the way up here. Because now it's a separate thing, right? So we have bomb timer up here. I'm going to do add child node timer. Because I could just make it do like the manual count, right? We're going to do a state timer. The idle state, we're just going to have timer, state timer. Yeah, let me not mess with it at this point. That would have been a smarter thing to do last time, but... Okay, cool. So the part that's going to be tricky here is that, aside from the fact that I can't completely test the I have to like run through the whole stage in order to test the boss because I don't have a good way right now of setting up the debug testing for it in a way that won't cause the entirety of this thing to basically go on like a rip riot. So it's going to be interesting. I have to test it by getting to the boss every time, which is it ideal? No, but like right now I cannot think of a way that will not cause shenaniganry to happen. So okay, yeah, some of this is I'm probably gonna have to wind up like tearing apart more and more of this as I go along, but I'll make it work. So just do base dot ready, just save. Well, right now I can't think of anything I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, we'll do base dot ready, and then I'm gonna do void. Scout state movement. So we're basically gonna need these. Okay. Now come over here. So we're going to take out the X component of the movement for the stage 1 boss's movement state. Oh, wait, hang on. Void. No, wait. Public override. If. Alright, I should just do it like this. Current movement pattern dot invoke delta. So the question mark here means that it should only execute this current movement pattern stuff if there's like an actual current movement pattern to invoke. If there isn't one, then we don't do that, right? This can be helpful in various ways. Right now, what those ways are, it is a mystery, TM. So, right now, we're just going to see if this thing will hang idle for 3 seconds and then move up and move down. If it doesn't shoot, that's fine. Right now, the main objective is just to see, did I botch the logic in terms of like getting it to actually like move up and move down for a while? Even if it doesn't stop, like, it's not my concern if it doesn't stop like dead center exactly. Thank you for the alert, Cos. Appreciate it. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it NRE'd because it doesn't have. Right, I never set that. Whoopsie doodle. Hang on. I got it. I got it. I forgot to set that. The reason why I was getting angry is because I have this, but I never set up this thing. Needs to know that. Okay. So yeah, I don't have a good way of testing. Yeah, the stage 1 boss I can basically only test by running through the whole level. I find that the no easing straight into the meat grinder approach, a lot of Okay, so that did work, sort of. It went and moved forward a little bit. Lol, Lamau, not what I wanted it to do, really. I wanted to stay in place and only move like. Hang on a second. I gotta go look at the movement state now. Oh, that's why. So that's my fault. I forgot that I'm not supposed to do that. So here I need to take this out because we don't want to like go back to like it's the we don't want to like have that movement in there at all. We want to just like make sure that and then we need to cut the amplitude down, I think, by like a bit to make it not jitter so much. We'll do frequency 4. So the amplitude is how high and low it goes. The frequency is like how the frequency. Think of it like this, right? When you're doing with this particular code that I have set up, where it's checking the amplitude and the frequency, think of it like you see those. Like if you've ever seen a sound wave before, right? And you may remember that I was like drawing this sine wave pattern before, right? The amplitude, right, is how what they would call crest to crest or trow to trow, like how far apart, right? Like how big are the waves is the amplitude, right? The frequency is how densely they're packed together. So for smaller things, right, having something that's like high frequency where it goes like this helps sell that speed, right? For larger things, the amplitude being large is fine if you want it to like make a lot of like big movements, but you have to spread the frequency out so it doesn't so it's not like jerking around as much, right? And so the idea, thank you for the hard copy. If that was for the explanation, then you're welcome. I'm not sighing because I like feel resigned, but it's like the yeah, okay, it was the learning things wiggle. I'm like, okay, that's right. I was like, it's probably for that, isn't it? But yeah, basically, right? With larger objects, generally for like feel purposes with larger objects, right? You I love that you know mean so well. Yeah, I had to think about it for half. I only had to think about it for like half a second. It's like it's probably because of like it was like a learning things wiggle. I get it. All right, there we go. Yeah. Okay, so it does go a little bit, but not for very far, which means that I need to probably. All right, yeah. The only thing I don't know how to do mathematically is calculate how long it would take to do a good set of periods. So uh, I gotta probably increase that if right. So I just need to make sure that that delta time isn't getting increased twice. Okay, it's only getting increased once, right? And, right. Make it a good set. Okay, so a period in this case, that might be the wrong word. I'm talking about like in the context of like similar to like an orbital period where it's like how long does it take X body to make Y motion? That's what I'm talking about. I don't know if you can apply that to things that are not talking about the orbits of planets, but that's what I was mentally alluding to. Like I don't know how to calculate how to make it so that like I can just do I can just do like formulaically calculate, yeah, just do this set of multiplications to make it run for this long. That's what I meant. So I just have to kind of like, here is one of those cases where I have to do like a magic number and sort of just figure out like what feels right, because I don't have, there might be some form of math that might be like, okay, given this amplitude and this frequency, if you wanted to repeat this many times, this is the formula that you need. I don't know that. So I'm going to have to use a magic number in that situation just to make it like work. Because I'm like, a formula probably exists for that, but I don't know what it is. So that sounds like some trick shit, like sine or cosine. So that's the funny thing, right? Kaz, you missed this. The movement of the scouts, the enemies that fire faster now, is literally a sine wave. And so is the this behavior is also a sine wave. Okay, hold on a second. Stage 1 boss hit state. I have a bad feeling that there is something about that where I have now neglected to make sure that it returns to where it needs to be. Stage 1 boss hit state. I need to do change state. View state. Like I said earlier, trick comes in handy in game design. Yeah. Also, I know I've said this before, but can we talk about how fucking gorgeous? Do I remember? Do I remember the? And I swear I know these because of these two. Yuna doesn't stream, but Yuna doesn't stream, but KT does. So if you're like, yeah, wow, this game's art is beautiful. Yeah, KT and Yuna are basically both responsible for that. The two of them basically have been carrying this game on their back. Yuna does a lot of like the background art, and HUD stuff has mostly been Yuna so far, and then a lot of like character sprites and things like that have been KT. But Yuna has also done concept art for KT to make sprites from. So the reason why like Leona's Night Sebi, it's like Leona's actual character design before it was sprited, that is because Yuna sat down, drew it out, said, "Hey, what do y'all think of this?" And we were like, "Cool." And then KT made it into sprites, basically. And that's how that kind of came across. So between the two of them is really the reason why. Okay, so 30 looks like it works. I can cut that probably like the. If I increase the frequency, yeah. The only part that's difficult now is figuring out how to get speed into there without botching the formula. So if I look carefully at the formula, I don't think I can put speed into there in a certain aspect. Okay, so frequency. Yeah, like I'd have to increase the frequency to probably make it. Maybe if I also multiply in, if I multiply in another thing on top of that, I might be able to get it to go faster. But I think that ponderous movement is a little bit better. I will cut down the vertical time limit to like 15 so that it doesn't like go zigzag zooming all over the place, and it kind of like chills out for a little bit. let's see here. And then whenever we enter, hey Shen. So whenever we enter, we start the state timer and the bomb timer. Okay, good. Then when the state timer runs out, it should. Right. And whenever the state timer runs out, we have it set to change to the movement state. And when it's done with the movement state, it is set to. I should do it like this, actually. So state machine dot change state by name, stage one boss idle state. Yeah, we're probably gonna push a little. We're probably gonna push to time, or maybe even like a little bit further past it tonight, because I might. Because like the juices are going go, so we're taking advantage of that while I can. Before I forget, let me, now that I know that the trooper movement works the way that it needs to, I need to switch this back to the drone to start. Every time I watch this stream, I feel the need to make a game. However, it's only way too late for my brain to code or plans. It's not ideal for co-working. Yeah. Yeah. The unfortunate consequence of the fact that, like, functionally, not as much so as I used to be, but yeah, realistically, truthfully, I'm a night owl. Like, I do a lot of my best work, usually in the evening time. Sometimes, like, midday is like when I also manage to do relatively well. But like for me personally, yeah, like I've been an inveterate night owl for like a very long time. Best work in the Shen. I was about to say, if you're making a clever reference that I am potentially not getting, I'm going to throw you. Okay, pause. I need to see something real quick. Of course, that's what Shen, bastard. Of course, that's what you meant. Damn it! I just now caught that, motherfucker. All right. Okay, it's still in the hit state, I think. Hang on a second, let me see something. Stage 1 boss, hit state. Okay. Mind you, because my Wi-Fi is being mirrored, cause the stream side. Fair. I'll allow it this once. Just, I was going to say, just remember that there are several people that I can send after you if you become too gremlin-ish, and you know exactly who they are, and you know precisely how they will threaten you, and I don't need to say anything more than that. You know, and if you know, you know, and you know perfectly well with her particular brand of emotional sadism, she would be more than happy to do it. I'm just saying. So behave yourself. Well, as much as you can behave yourself. Thank you, Shan. Okay. So pause. All right. So by the look of it, the boss does not come out of the hit state afterward, and I don't know why. Okay, so stage 1 boss hit state. Okay, hold on. Let me see something here. I didn't do anything in the code, right? Let me come check over here. That's fine. Okay, idle state. Okay. Wired it to do that. Okay, so then the only part that I need to figure out how to, what is not happening here is here. Okay. Oh, that's, damn it. Wait, no, 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 hold on, hold on, hold on, wait. What? Did I pause? Come over to the boss. Check the hit state. Script that it's using is what? Stage 1 boss hit state. Okay, it is using that. It's using that. Okay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Laughter erupting from both sides of my basement lol. Dear programmer SJ, can you please code me something that will get me to max with both the bunnies and the robots in Final Fantasy 14? This is going too slowly. Sweat and suffer. That is the way that it must be, therefore do. Sweat and suffer. Just saying. All right. So let me test this again. Because the good news is that we are basically almost there. The problem is twofold. One is that it looks like, hang on a second. I'm going to have to do a silly thing that I didn't want to do. It's great that you don't have a tiny hitbox, which feels like so many other older games have. For the player, that is sort of the thing that you want, actually. For the player, you want to have a small hitbox in shmups, or at least a smaller one. Because keep in mind that basically dodging is predicated on how big your, or if I was talking in fighting game parlance, you want a small hurt box. If I was talking in fighting game parlance. But in a general sense, your character's where can I be hit hitbox, you want that in a shmup to usually be smaller. Because if it's bigger, then that means enemies have an easier time shooting you. And that that is not a fun time. That is what we call whole bad times, actually. Let me see something here. I need. All right. I'm gonna have to just export this long enough to be able to see if it's accumulating too quickly. Yeah. So, right. If we're talking, because people tend to use the words hitboxes interchangeably, it's kind of weird. For fighting game players, for the most part, right? Categorically, you split your collision boxes into, like, generally speaking, right? Amongst the many types that you can split it into, your hitbox and your hurtbox in a fighting game, anyway. If you're talking about hitboxes in a fighting game, you're talking about the areas that deal damage to entities, whether it is your hitbox on your fist or your opponent's hitbox on their leg when they're doing a kick or whatever, right? The hurt boxes, by comparison, are the spots where you can be hit, right? So even though I named these funny in here, realistically, this should say hurt box and not hit box because it's defining the area in which you can actually hit. Yeah. Yeah. That's the basic idea, right? Yeah, in a general sense, right? If you want to talk about it in like the least ambiguous terms possible, you use hitbox for entities that can deal damage or otherwise like have collisions that have an effect of some kind, versus hurtbox, which sort of dictates the areas where you can be collided with and hit. Um, Using them interchangeably can work if you're careful about like specifying which things you mean, and most people don't think about the difference. I didn't think about the difference when I was naming them, which is a problem. But yeah, technically speaking, this right here is the box's hurt box and not its hit box. If I'm going to be straight up about it, this is the hurt box and not the hit box. So, right, to this degree that I should come over here and probably do it like this, right? So that's going to update a bunch of stuff all at the same time, and Godot will get angry at me if I'm not careful. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come over here, hurt box, and I got to come up to the base enemy and then make sure this says hurt box now. Combat is not almost never a forefront in my mind with games. Probably. Here's the thing, though. Is it the type of game that you make very frequently? If the answer is no, then this is one of those things where I'm going to say that is not like a flaw. It is because you do not very often deal with the kind of game where you have to like have that distinction in mind that you don't think about it. In my case, right, because I first started making video games by fucking around in Mugen and Ikemen, well, Mugen more so. Ikemen didn't come till like way later. Because I was fucking around making games in Mugen for a very long time, I had to learn to think of it that way because that is the way that it's expressed, right? In Mugen, red-looking hitboxes are your collision 1s, which are your actual, like, I do damage with these. Collision 2s in Mugen and Ikemen by proxy are your hurt boxes where you can be hit, right? And because I've been playing a lot, because I've played a lot of fighting games and that kind of thing coming up, that's why I think about it in those terms, right? Or to put it another way, you do not know what you do not know. That is the simplest way for me to put it. You do not know what you do not know, and that is okay. Okay, so that's handled. Right. So the only thing that I seem to be having an issue with is getting I don't remember what the command. It might be like exclamation point teach if I think about it. It might be teach, I think, but I do not remember because shark. Oh, there we go. It's that one. Lol. Cry. All right, you got me. Yeah. Obviously, I say this with both. I say this with both. I do not have a problem with this, and also bless Shark for doing this sort of thing. I do not know which commands Shark will sneak in at any given moment because Shark will add those when I am literally not looking, which I am fine with. If I had an issue with it, I would have told Shark to not do that. But yeah, like half the time I don't know because she'll just sneak in a bunch when I'm not looking, and I'm like, oh well, wait, where the fuck did that come from? Right? Oh, damn it! Hold on, something else, something botched here. I messed up something. There we go. I was like, oh no, what did I do? What did I do? What did I do? It's like, oh, I didn't. I knew that changing that would mess it up somewhere, and I was just like, I don't know. What did I do? What do I do? Fuck! And it's like, oh, just that. Honestly, it feels nice at not being a combat program. Right, like if you're not making games where that's a concern, then like me expecting you to be good at a thing when you're phrase that differently. Me expecting you to be like up to snuff on like programming combat systems when that is not a thing that you do, right? Like why would I do that? That's silly, right? Like, oh yeah, you clearly need to know how to do. It's one of those things where it's like if it's not the types of game that you're making, then you don't think about these things and you don't know, and that's fine, right? Um, because I happen to be like an inveterate action game junkie, right? Like that's why I enjoy, and that's why I think about these kinds of things the way that I think about these kinds of things, right? Like it's not a crime to not know and to not think about it, or to not be like particularly interested in doing like um in doing combat design, right? Like it's fine if those are not things that you are immediately interested in. I broke something else. Hold on. Okay, for the boss. Hold on. Stage one boss. Ba 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 ba. When programming games, think the yeah, no, it's different. Yeah, like that's the thing, right? Like programming a user interface is different from programming a user interface is different from programming a combat system is different from programming inventory stuff, right? Like there's a reason why if you talk to an experienced game dev about like programming an inventory system, if they know and have been on the end where they have to do that, they'll look at you like you basically just asked them to eat a lemon raw. Because programming an inventory is a pain in the ass. Um, Putting aside like things like figuring out how you're supposed to store, like yeah, Kettle knows. Kettle gets it. Okay, I'm gonna pause this real quick. I gotta pull up the output again. I gotta clear it, and then I need to put where is it? Vote stage one boss because I got to track in the state machine. Um, yeah, and this is why like tools like RPG Maker, for example, are so damn important. Okay, so hit state. It's never okay. So yeah, there's something wrong here. There's something wrong here because there's no debug where I see the thing where it which means I messed something up. Hang on a second. But this is good information. It means I need to check the animation player. Okay. Node. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me make sure that this signal is correct. All right, I'm gonna wait till people come back from ad break to properly do a couple of things. So, pause, hit state, pick on enemy hit. Okay, connect. Okay, on enemy hit. Enemy script. Current health. Okay, hold on a second. Okay. You know what? right? Because okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. While we're in ads, okay, good. We're out of ads hell now. At the very least, I want to make sure that the stage one boss can transition out of getting shot. Right now, that's not working. And that's the part that I have to figure out. Shanwolf. I fucking saw that. You're not slick, motherfucker. I saw. Okay, okay. Stage one boss has entered hit state from movement state. All right. So why is it not leaving the hit state? What is causing it to not leave the hit state? What is happening here? So it's playing. So here's the things that I know for sure, right? Because the hit animation. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What is the name of this thing? I should be able to get the name of. Right? Okay. That is a good point. Motherfucker, is that it? Hold on a second. Wait. Is it? Did I? Okay, hold on a second. Why didn't I check that first? Of all the things that I didn't check, why didn't I check that first? Damn me, is it? Okay. Yeah. So basically, Kettle, what's happening is the boss can get hit, and the movement stuff works. The literal problem is that if I shoot the boss, it stays stuck in the hit state, which means that the conditions for it transferring out of the hit state are not being met. And there are several things that could be causing that. And I'm going to see if I know which one it is. Shan said something that gave me a vague idea as to what the problem might be, but I have no way of testing it aside from like getting there and looking specifically at the debug information. So I have an idea. Okay, so for some reason, the minions don't have anything to do with it. Okay, so hit state from idle state. Okay, it gets there, switches back. Okay, movement state, stage 1 boss hit. It's entered. Okay, so then why is it not going back when the animation is done playing? Wait a minute. I swear to God, if that was it, I'm going to be so angry. I'm going to be so angry if that was it. 50-50. So, what might be happening is if the boss is getting damaged too quickly, I don't know if it worked yet. That might not be it. But if the boss is getting damaged too quickly, it may not be replaying the animation to time it out correctly, and that might be why it's not working. Maybe. Yeah, because it's stuck there and it's not moving out. And it's not, but I also don't think it's playing the animation either. Because it's not jittering when I hit it. Which would be why it's not reaching there. So the long and short of it is that the hit animation is just not playing. After a certain point, when you shoot it, the hit animation isn't playing. Which so I think I have another option here. The blinking in and out is being triggered, I think, by the is being triggered by probably like the health node, I think. But I have a thought here. Hold on a second. Rather than doing that, we can just do public void state check. And here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do instead. Here is what we're going to do instead. Add track, call method track, hit state. I forgot to build it. Hold on. Go back to an earlier comment. Don't make RPGs by yourself. That way, like, yeah. Role-playing games are really, really hard. Really, really, truthfully, extremely hard to do. I'm going to cheat and add in. I just need go to 12. All right, so let's try this real quick. And in the animation player over here in the node, we're going to disconnect that. This might work, it might not work. Because the blinking, Kettle, to answer your question, is to indicate how long you're invulnerable for. Unless you have RPG Maker, and even then maybe don't, it helps cut down on time, but still, yeah, like. Okay. Yeah. So Kettle, to answer your question, the blinking is being caused by, hold on. Let me. Yeah. So the blinking is being caused by this animation player, right? But this animation player is not hooked to anything. It is literally just there to flash damage so that we know, right, that the enemy is invincible. This animation player is the one that we care about, and it's the one that's like actually handling like state check stuff. Right? So for whatever reason, when the boss is in the hit state the first time, we are not getting a proper state check one way or the other. There's an invincibility mode that the character not invincible in that sense, Kettle. Like, think about it. You're playing a shmup, right? You get shot. There's a period of time where you can't get shot again. Same principle with like every Sonic game after the first one, you get hit. There's a little while before you can't get hit again. Same thing. It's not a mode. It's a literal state of being within the game where it's like you got hit, you are not allowed to get hit again for a certain amount of time. So it's not a mode. It is a it is a pre-programmed state, not within the state machine, but it is a pre-programmed sort of condition that happens when the player or an enemy gets hit. There's a period of time during which you cannot be hit again. For enemies, it is generally a lot shorter. But yeah. I don't think I've actually noticed that until you said it. It makes sense. The first Sonic game notably did not have this. In the first Sonic game, if you fall into a long row of spikes, the first hit takes your rings, the second hit kills you. Because it does not have this in the first Sonic game. But you play the first Sonic the Hedgehog, that happens. So, so what's happening here is that the blink is going off fine. The hit animation is not, and that is why we're having problems. Because, like, the hit animation goes off, and then for whatever reason, it does not switch back. So, for whatever reason, right, we do not switch back. So, Shan, to answer your question, literally, the blinking is indicating when that is happening. That's not the problem. The blink animation, the blink modulation of the sprite is separate. The red error messages are because of some shenaniganry that I was doing way before with power-ups. Godot disagrees with the way that I do power-ups for some reason, and I don't know why. So a couple of those are just power-ups being weird. Those are separate. That's a separate issue from what I'm having. I don't know why Godot doesn't like the way that I spawn the power-ups in. It just doesn't. And I haven't been... Like, I can't be asked to figure out why, and it hasn't stopped the game from working, so I'm not worrying about it, basically. But, okay. Yeah. So basically right now, right? Okay. Yeah, for whatever reason, right? For whatever reason. Oh, wait a minute. Fuck. Was that it? Is that why? That might be why. Motherfucker. Hold on a second. I don't think this will work, but it might. Give me a second. Did I never... Long story short is that there is a possibility that because I was not paying attention to... no, it's not that either. It is literally just that a particular quirk of the way that Godot handles some of its actual like state related stuff as far as let me phrase that differently. As far as the animation player goes. With the animation player, if it is already playing the animation that you are currently doing, telling it to play it again does not make it start over. So, there is a pretty good possibility that because I never, like, told it to, for example, play its attendant animations when it moves in and out of these states, it may have stayed stuck in the hit animation and even when switching states or attempting to, and thus this bullshit, because I didn't think of that. I don't know for sure if that is the case. I could be wrong, right? But if I'm going to sit down and put some plays into here and see if that like shakes it loose a little bit. But yeah, I ran into it when I was doing Leona's firing state, right? It was a thing where, let me see if I can find it still. Right? If you are already in it, right? You have to stop it first and then do it, right? This is why I had to check. If you are already in the shooting animation, you have to stop it, then play it again. So, it is possible that because we didn't have the sprites for it, if the hit animation was never forcibly changed when jumping in and out of states like that, then there is a very good possibility, right, that the first time it got put into the hit state, it never changed out of the hit animation, which when switching back, and therefore all this other shit, basically. So, assuming that that is what the actual problem is, I think I might have just fixed it. But it's like 50-50. I'm making my best guess on that based on the behavior I'm seeing, which is that obviously like the invincibility flash stuff is going off, but like the other stuff isn't. Oops. All right, let's see. I could still be wrong, and it might still not work. Yeah, because watch when I come back to life anyway. Like you see how when I hit it, right, it doesn't move. I bet you anything if I go to the remote, how's the debugging on Godot, intuitive stuff, it's like 50-50. There's some parts of it where I still just not have I haven't learned how to read the debugger correctly. Um and you can tell. Oh, that could be it. Let me see. I'm gonna have to eat a couple deaths while this thing resets until I can see what's going on. Okay. Yep, that's fine. Yeah. And because it's in the shooting state still okay. So there are two things happening. Two things are happening here. It's still in the shooting animation, and it's not changing to the hit, and it's stuck in the hit state at the same time. So like those are two semi-separate problems. So let me think about this real quick. Sort of, Chan, I think. So it's a twofold problem. Part of it seems to be that the actual like the animation that the animation that the uh, boss seems to get stuck in after getting shot is the shooting animation. Maybe like the hit animation plays, but it doesn't go back toward. Yeah, my guess is okay. And stage one boss has a specific right enemy weapon. Okay, yes, that's fine. Right. Okay. So basically, it's getting stuck in this animation, separate from the fact that it's also in the hit state. So it gets in the hit state, or at least that's what it looked like at the moment that I checked it. It was in the hit state, but was in the shooting animation, which is not what I want. Yeah, this is going to be troublesome. Okay, there we go. We got it. We've got it. We've got it. We've got it. Yeah, I know. That's all happening. That's fine. Uh, so I'll tell y'all what was going wrong in a second. I just need to. There's another thing I need to check first. Okay. Oh, hang on a second. Idle state. Yep. Okay. Did that. Okay. So, all right. I'll tell y'all what was going on. Here's what was happening. When the boss went into its hit state, I did not make sure. And this is probably something I need to go do over here, maybe. Hang on. No, I should. It's fine over here. So this is what was happening. I did not make sure to turn off the enemy's weapon when it went into the hit state. Why this matters is because it keeps it from overriding. That keeps it from like overriding the hit state with shooting. Once that is put into place, it's like, okay, dang, I gotta hold still. Crap, right? So let me go over to hit real quick and make sure that on start. Right, that's why. Because I did not make sure, hey, turn off the weapon functionality, right? That was causing, while being hit, that was causing the boss to go, but I'm allowed to shoot now, right? Which, no, you're not. So, by turning that off, so yeah, technically speaking, I can change this stuff back basically. Um, yeah, pretty much, or yeah, or with anything else, which wouldn't surprise me. So on start, yeah. So I shouldn't need to do that stuff anymore. And then instead of state check, I can revert this back to the thing it was before, which is, hold on, if I can find it. I want to put this back to the way it was. Stage 1 boss, hit state. I need to, where is it? It is better if I just leave this to fire with, I need this code chunk back. Um, okay, hold on. Gonna need this part. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to discard the change made, that one. So it forces it to reload. Gonna do that. Because I'm gonna have to go back to enemy state hit. Hang on, over here. Virtual void. I do not. You can you use? You might be able to. I know for a fact C++ is at least in this current stage of support. Not sure about the other way around. Think I don't even need this anymore because it should be able to just do this. That on start should be this one. Turn off weapon functionality and get the raw enemy name. The raw enemy name should be correct. Enemy display name. Right. Okay, so the raw enemy name should still be stage 1 boss for the boss, right? Stage 1 boss, stage 1 boss. Okay, yeah. So then I don't need to. So over here in the hit state, this is partially my own fault. If I had properly subclassed, or he says you can with a GD extension, whatever that is. So this is partially my own fault. If I had done this from the start, if I had made the hit state for the boss, basically, if I had made it inherit from enemy state hit in the first place, wouldn't have had to worry about this. Wouldn't have been a problem. That's my own fault. But these things happen. So all I really need to do is just this. And then we'll actually just do, let's say, dot change state, prev state. Whatever state you just came from, that's the one you go back to. And now all I need to do is go back over to here, come to this animation player up here, go to the node, right? So basically speaking, what I'm doing here is I'm reverting the things back to the way that they were, because realistically speaking, it is better to just let the signals fire when they need to fire, in terms of like, oh yeah, when this is done, do this thing. When this is done, do this thing. There's really no reason I should do anything else. Just let it do that, so I'm not like doing extra work when I don't need to. Let's double check and make sure that I didn't completely break it. But basically, yeah, the only reason why we're so Shan, to go back to the thing that you were saying way before. Let me look. You are not entirely wrong. Actually, technically speaking, if I go back to the first thing that you suggested, where you're like, is there an animation trigger that's playing? That is exactly what was happening. The problem was that it was the wrong animation trigger. The shoot animation. Shut up, Shan. See, now you're getting smarmy with it, you bastard. I'm kidding. But I'm kidding, you're good. But like, yeah, it was playing an animation trigger, just not the right one. All right. It should probably be solved. Um, I I did a slightly more elegant version of the changes just now, cause, so we do not know for sure unless I test it right. Until I get to this particular point where I test it right now, we do not know. It is not fixed until I see it again this time. So it might be, but I'm not saying anything till I absolutely see it. Because I fixed it one way, and then I can fix this in a more clean way if I do it by doing XYZ. So, all right, I think we got it. Yeah. All right. We are mostly there. So the part that we are mostly not there on right now is that basically the part that we're not there on is that when it goes back, I have to double check when it goes back to the idle state now. But I'm not doing that now because we are almost at 4 hours of stream and I don't know when the next ad is. Hang on, let me check. Ads, I think, show up at roughly when is it? Yeah, 9:31, like 10:31 ish is when it's about to show up. So, or basically roughly within like the next 15 minutes. So I need to like mark down some stuff, find where we're going, and like do that like now-ish before we get caught. Repeated pattern will include a forward motion for the other half forward and back motion after moving up and down and turning to idle and 13 p.m. Fixed a bug with the boss where the hit state animation was being overridden by shooting animation. preventing the boss from leaving the hit state once hit. Stage 1 boss hit now inherits from enemy state. Okay. Okay, good. That part works. Cool. I'm gonna switch screens first and put on the music, and now I'm gonna talk us out while Shark gets the stuff going. Okay. So, thank y'all for coming by. Today was really productive. Incredibly so. Thank you, Shan, and everybody else for being my impromptu rubber ducks. I deeply appreciate it. Y'all helped tremendously. For all that I was like cussing Shan for being a smartass. Seriously though, actually, Shan, that was a really big help. Thank you. And yes, you can in fact print it out on a paper. I was correct. You can print it out on a paper and be like, yeah, I helped successfully debug a thing because I know what I'm doing. Honk that and be proud of that, you bastard. I'm kidding. But no, real talk though, thank you for helping with that. I do deeply appreciate it. Done depending on who you rated on Sunday. Okay, let me see. I don't remember who I rated on Sunday, and I couldn't tell you right now. My brain is not engaging that right this second. So many people all around. So many people to be found. Raiding in the city where no one gets you down. Shark, do me a solid. Throw down the usual links, please. No, I'll just pull. Don't worry about it. We're gonna go to silver probably. All right, links, because I think we have enough time that I can like say this without like getting caught by the ads, but rather be careful. Munities also as well. TLDR, I do game analysis and design articles over on Co-Host most of the time. I'm overdue to do one for Godot, and so I will be doing that at some point later in the week, probably talking maybe about this stuff that we've been doing so far. Past game design posts are up on Medium. You can go check those out over there. Stream VODs are up at youtube.com/@SJHDoesGames. At some point in the future, I will actually organize some of the newer stuff into playlists. I need to do that, and I keep putting it off because brain hurty. Oof, ow. Ko-Fi. I'm going to be just straight up about it. Some of y'all may have gotten an email from Twitch saying that price of the brick, which is to say tier 1 subs and probably 2 and 3s, is going up by like $1 or some shit. Twitch is like, this helps your streamers keep more of that, or keeps more of whatever they get. But I'm not in the Plus program, so that's probably not true. So if you're like, that's really annoying, I don't want to have to pay more for a Twitch sub, Sean, how else do I support you? I prefer Ko-Fi subs. I keep more of that money, and I set the lol. yeah, I set the prices on like how I want my Ko-Fi subs to be if you're doing like a monthly recurring or whatever. So yeah, if you want me to keep like $4 and change out of a $5 instead of whatever other nonsense Twitch is going to give me with the increase in regular sub prices, sub to me on Ko-Fi instead. Just being straight up about that. Throne has a bunch of things on there for anonymous gifting that can be used to like help me get stuff. It can be funny Common Writer Progrise keys for like stream redemption stuff, or as is already partially funded on there, a monitor arm and a new monitor so that I don't have to like switch over to the emphatic screen to make sure I don't accidentally show things that I shouldn't show y'all if I need to pull things up on stream while working. That's over on Throne. And then my card, it has all my other social media links on it, but really I just use, these days I really just co-host most of the time. TLDR, if you want to also know more about Munity, our website is munity.games. We have a Patreon where you can support us. If you choose to support us via Patreon, then your name gets put into the Shootlanzer credits, as well as credits for any other games that we make while you are a patron and all that other stuff. Gives you some extra perks on our Shootlanzer and Munity. Sorry, it gives you extra perks on our Munity Discord and all that other stuff. And if you want to play the prototype for Shootlanzer itself, there's the link right there. Basically, as I am like the version that you see me playing, I thought I just said that. The version that you see me testing on stream usually goes up at the end of a given month. When we go out to play test it near the end of the month, right? So if you want to play the version that is currently extant, which is not what y'all are seeing on stream, go over to that itch page, download it, pay what you want for it, including not paying anything if you want to. And that's what's goody. Okay, so stream schedule this week. Friday, I don't know what, 6 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know what the fuck we're playing. We're gonna play whatever we want. Might be Under Night. Maybe I go Lab and Chaos Code, even though I can't get games in it. Maybe I know next week is probably DNF Duel, assuming that Nen Master is out by the time Friday rolls around next week. But this upcoming Friday, I don't know. We'll play whatever I want. Maybe Street Fighter. Maybe now is the time where I go sit down and go learn more Lily stuff. Now that she's got a couple of nice little buffs for her. I think I went over them last time, but I don't remember. I'm pretty sure I did. So maybe we play Lily on Friday. I don't know. 6 p.m. Eastern time. Be there for it. Whatever. This is not me saying I don't care, but that I don't know literally what I'm going to play on Friday. It'll be whatever I feel like. Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. More Breath of Fire 4. I have no idea how far through the game we are yet, but things are getting spicy in Breath of Fire 4. You may want to stop by if RPGs are your jam and come check that out. Next Wednesday, more Shootlanzer stuff, probably. If I get caught up to all my tasks somehow between now and next Wednesday, then maybe I'll do some development for Night Sky Engine, the thing I wanted to test in Unreal. Maybe I'll go mess around in Viral Core Busters for Godot. I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway, we're gonna go hang out with Silver. They're a variety streamer. They do a lot of things. Right now, they're playing some Another Crab's Treasure, which is why I want to go hang out with them. Long time acquaintance of mine. And so we're always down to go hang out with Silver. Also, really good rhythm and speedrunner. Just saying. So yeah, give them an SGH those raids when we get in. Let them know who sent you. Throw in your favorite emotes. They don't have to be my emotes. Whatever you want. Thank y'all for coming by. Stay safe, wash your hands, wear a mask. Don't go outside if you don't have to. Be excellent to each other, but not too bigots, racist turfs, sexists, anti-queer folks, or Zionists. This is your reminder, trans rights are human rights, Black Lives Matter, reproductive rights are inalienable and belong to everybody, and Palestine must be free, the Sudan must be free, Congo must be free, the Caledonia must be free. None of us are free till we're all free. It is what it is. Thank y'all for coming by. I'll see you when I see you. Whenever that is. Take care, yeah? Deuces.